Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Abel Jets Virtual Group live stream. I'm your host, as always, Freezing Falcon, founder and CEO of Abel Jets Virtual Group. I hope that you are all doing well wherever you are wherever you are around the world watching this live stream. And in this particular occasion, it appears that we have just spawned at a rainy airstrip somewhere in Mozambique. It's rather stormy here currently at Foxtrot Quebec Zulu 9, which is sorry, I can't even remember the name of the airstrip there. We just try to cross-check. That is called Naiete airstrip in the central side of Mozambique, I think that is. In this particular occasion, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be conducting another episode of bush flying. Since the last time we've done that, I think that was a month ago when we flew to Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe and Zambia. I think that was. It was a very interesting and fun flight, flying the Abel Aviator Cessna 172 Skyhawk. But this time around we'll be up-tiering our aircraft a bit into the larger Cessna 208B Grand Caravan EX, operated by Abel Xplore. Abel Xplore itself is the bush flying slash Frontiers subsidiary airline within Abel Jets Virtual Group that connects the most remote regions on the planet with its fleet. This particular occasion, ladies and gentlemen, will be flying Papa Kilo Alpha Juliet Golf, one of Abel Xplore's many Cessna Grand Caravans, and she is the Grand Caravan EX type, which is the newest version, which bears the nose name of Mount Gunung Agung. It appears to be instead of the Sudirman Range nose name that I mentioned in the description of this live stream. Yeah, that was a mistake on my side. Apologies for that. And before we start this evening's live stream as well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to apologize for being absent for the past week or so. I had a business trip that I needed to take around West Java for my aerospace projects, which fortunately now has finished, and I am now back safe and sound in my hometown. As you can see there, ladies and gentlemen, there are two Abel Xplore Cessna Grand Caravans. The other one is currently flown by no one else but Lalu. You're surely the most consistent Abel Jets Virtual Group aviator, should I say, in this time of the year, I suppose. And fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, I met Lalu 3 days ago in Bandung, when we went to Bandung Institute of Technology's Aerospace Innovation Summit 2025 event. It was fun meeting with aerospace stakeholders in the country. We had some pretty interesting discussions, predominantly talking about the future of not just the aviation industry itself, but its say collaborations between the industry, the regulators, the public, as well as the educational institutions. They call that innovation model. Sorry, they call that concept the pentahelix collaboration model, I think that was called. Yeah, it was a fun event to attend, and I think it is organized annually. So hopefully next year there'll be another iteration of AIS, Aerospace Innovation Summit, held in Bandung Institute of Technology's Western Hall, should I say. If you see that Cessna 152, ladies and gentlemen, being parked next just to us, it's unfortunately just a static aircraft. It's unmanned. It's just a parked aircraft. Thomas is not flying this evening, unfortunately. So I think it'll be just me and Lalu. No worries. I mean, you know, arranging your time just to fly with us, that's already something that I really appreciate. So, yeah, I'm not forcing anyone to fly in a group flight or something like that, but yeah, I really appreciate you guys' presence in these sorts of flights. This last time when we flew from Medan to Penang, there were lots of people. I think there were like up to 8 or 10 other people. I mean, obviously, because it was also held jointly with Aldo Mampir, who also flew alongside us. Well, he also streamed alongside us. I think he brought an Air Asia Airbus A320 in that particular group flight. And it appears that the storm has increased in intensity there, as you can probably listen to and see through the live stream. And in this particular occasion, ladies and gentlemen, will be flying firstly from, again, I can't really remember the airstrip name, Naiete. Will then, Naiete itself has the ICAO identifier of Foxtrot Quebec Zulu 9. Then we'll be proceeding to head towards Buzi River, which has the ICAO code of Foxtrot Quebec Yankee 6. Then we'll be flying towards Indigo Bay Lodge, IBL, India Bravo Lima, and we'll be terminating at Pomene. Hope I pronounced that correctly, with the ICAO identifier code of Foxtrot Quebec Zulu 6. And I think that's all for the welcoming stage of this, or the opening stage of this live stream. This particular airstrip is situated close to, I think that's like a community, or actually a natural reserve, that is. Or forests of Naiete. That's according to what Wikipedia said. You see some warehouses there in the distance, and some safari cars, interestingly, next to us. And also on a side note, ladies and gentlemen, with these sorts of storm, I think we are in a IFR condition or MVFR condition at best. But come on, it's Flight Simulator. Who cares? As folks, without further ado, enough with me rambling about many things. This evening, let's head into the flight deck of Papa Kilo Alpha Juliet Golf and set her up for our first flight this evening towards Foxtrot Quebec Yankee 6, Buzi River. Alright, here we are. Still cold and dark, and there goes Lalu. Unfortunately, our radios are also dead, and we don't have ground power, I think. Yeah, which means our radio will only be operational once we plug in the battery and stuff like that. Points and balance for this evening. I think 50% of fuel should be sufficient for our first leg, and we'll load the aircraft. Now we'll just slightly increase payload further to about 70% there. The Cessna Grand Caravan EX has a maximum payload capacity of I think around 1,100 kilograms. Don't ask me where I've pulled that number from. Alright. Do we want to go through the checklists for such a small aircraft like this? Contemplating. Let's see. Let me try to find one in with Google. Symmetry. Yeah, we'll just use Symmetry's normal checklist of the Grand Caravan here, which I found in the internet. For this evening's first leg, as I've mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, will be departing out of Naiete airstrip, Foxtrot Quebec Zulu 9, and we'll be heading towards Buzi River, Foxtrot Quebec Yankee 6, which unfortunately none of those are currently listed in Navigraph, although we can see the airstrips through the app, but it's just not listed there, or the software just doesn't detect the airstrips. Therefore, our flight plan actually took us from two entirely different airfields, which are Foxtrot Quebec Papa Bravo to Foxtrot Quebec November Charlie there. But that's just for the, for the flight plan's sake. But the actual flight plan that we filed into VATSIM is actually the correct flight plan that we will use this evening. So from Foxtrot Quebec Zulu 9er to Foxtrot Quebec Yankee 6 to India Bravo Lima, then terminating at Foxtrot Quebec Zulu 6. Right. Let's do the departure briefing right now, shall we? Considering that this aircraft doesn't have APU, and once we start up the battery, we'll then need to immediately start up the engines, otherwise the battery will get drained. Alright, departure briefing will be taking the... Let me just check the weather again. Lalu just sent me the weather. The nearest weather, actually, 050S6 knots it appears to be. And which, what is the closest runway heading? Yeah, we'll just try not to fly into the storm there, ladies and gentlemen, because I think we'll be flying that way, eastwards that is. Yeah, we'll try to avoid the storm as best as we can. Our cruising altitude for this evening will be at about 5,000 feet, considering that we are flying in a VFR rule, or MVFR I should say. We are quite heavily loaded, ladies and gentlemen, so around 70% of the maximum allowable payload on board, and the fuel levels is about half. Primary threats for this evening will be the short runway as well as approaching weather and pilot unfamiliarity with the region. In case of an engine failure, lost control or wind shear, we only have a single engine. We'll try to, just do a 180, turn around back to the airfield as best as we can do, or otherwise we'll try to find, clear openings or, the usual, let's say, safe spot to put the aircraft down without killing anybody on board. Besides any of those, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns, Cynthia? No? Alright, that should complete the departure brief then. Alright, let's power up the aircraft now. Oh, actually, there is the before engine start checklist. Alright, so pre-flight inspections complete. Parking brake is set. Switches are all off. That's checked. Fuel tank selectors are both on. Ignition switch. Sorry. Leader heat switch is off. Down. Prop RPM lever max forward. Fuel condition lever is cuts off. Fuel shut off knob set off. Oh, should be on. Okay. Right, battery switch on. Battery switch is on. Wing flap handle is up. No smoke. Seat belts switches as required before engine start checklist is complete. Alright, we'll be starting up the engine now. So batteries coming on already. We'll do the fuel boost here for around 4 seconds. Yep. Goodness me, I pressed the wrong button there, sorry. Haven't flown the Caravan for 2 months. Alright, batteries coming on. Fuel boost bombs. On 4 seconds there. Done. Nav lights, beacon lights coming on. Starting up the engine now. Avionics 1 can come on. Oil pressure is rising. ITT is rising. Full power. We have good ignition on the engine. Oil pressure is looking good, oil temperature is looking good, fuel quantity is about half full there, ITT is rising. Gas generator is also rising, energy is rising. Torque is also rising, that looks good. Can switch on the generator now. Starter can come off. No, we don't need that anymore. We'll just put up some lights here to brighten the cabin a bit. Alright, let's set up the avionics, shall we? Transponder VFR on alt reporting. We'll just use Squawk 7000, shall we? Because we are not in the US. There we go. On alt reporting. Frequencies 122.8 for the primary feature one. For Unicom, that is. And we'll now turn on the secondary radio. The secondary radio is at 123.210 as usual. We'll be monitoring the standby frequency as well, just for safety precautions, shall I say. Alright. good. The nerves, and the flight plan looks good enough. Check the command frequency as usual. Should be transmitting on VHF2 though. Company calling.
Company, go ahead.
Radio 555, Mas Rusdi. Have a safe flight. Nanti kita ngobrol di sini aja ya, Cap.
Oke, siap. Aku masih weight and balance dulu.
Roger. Diriku tapi nanti tetap monitor Unicom di Combon ya. Buat jaga-jaga siapa tahu ada traffic lain juga di sekitar kita. Yeah, right, there goes Lalu. The company frequency 123.210, ladies and gentlemen, in case that you want to join us. Alright, before takeoff checklist, ladies and gentlemen, parking brake is set, altimeter is at 1015, set Lalu. 1015.
Dirimu bawa bensin full lah.
Aku sejauh ini baru setengah sih, Cap, tapi nanti kalau misalnya kurang tinggal ditambahin aja manual.
Oke.
Hold on a minute. Let's see. How to change the QNH from inches of mercury to HPA. Which is right. There we go, HPA 1015, that looks good. Here there goes our flight plan. I don't know why the active flight plan is not the original one from Foxtrot Quebec Zulu 9 to Quebec Yankee 6. Yap, kalau dirimu udah ready for startup, bilang ya.
Roger, aku masih di pilot dulu nggak?
Loco. On a side note, ladies and gentlemen, on a better side, shall I say, the good news is that the storm has ceased there. The weather is much better now, shall I say, and we can see some mountains in the distance already. Winds at 050 at 6 knots according to Lalu, so yeah, it'll be directly departing to the east, so we'll taxi to the west initially, and we'll take the easterly heading runway for departure. Alright, continuing on before takeoff checklist, altimeters have been set, the 3 of them. Fuel boost switch is on normal. Fuel tank selectors both on. Fuel quantity, it's checked half full on both. Standby alternator power switch is on. manual electric pitch trim.
Company, Roger, ready for startup engine.
Roger, Cap. Avionics and radar set for departure, nav source set for departure, transponder is on and transmitting on mode Charlie. Strobe lights, coming on now. Cast messages, check, no cast messages. Wing flaps, handle, set for departure, flaps 10. Cabin heat, mixing air control. Yeah, we don't need that. Oh, that's actually not simulated. Brakes are released. I'll do the flight control check now. Ready? Pull up, pull down, neutral, pull left, pull right, neutral, ruders, pull left, pull right, neutral. Flight control check is complete. It moves accordingly as well. And there goes Lalo, already starting up his engines as well. Alright, let's start taxiing, shall we? Naiete traffic and correction. We are transmitting at the wrong frequency at Buzi. I'll go back to COM 1. Naiete traffic, Xplore 208 is now taxiing from our current stand towards runway 09, back from runway 09 for departure to the east VFR at 5,000 feet, Naiete. Right. Brakes released. I completely forgot to say that before takeoff checklist is now complete. Start rolling now. There we go. We'll immediately engage all of the landing lights because we are entering the active runway. We'll now backtrack the runway length, the whole runway length. We'll need to use every bit of inch of the runway here, ladies and gentlemen, considering that we are heavy. And there goes the end of the runway already, ladies and gentlemen. As I've mentioned, it's not a long one. Ties 1, you 2. Hey there mate, hope you're enjoying the live stream. Do you got to be a pilot at VATSIM? Yes, we are currently live streaming on VATSIM. You can track us obviously with our call signs there, Alpha X-Ray Papa 208 and Alpha X-Ray Papa 210. And feel free to join us as well if you want to. We have just currently prepared ourselves for departure out of Naiete here at Foxtrot Quebec Zulu 9. We'll be heading towards Buzi River, that is. Foxtrot Quebec Yankee 6. Alright folks, as I've mentioned, the aircraft is pretty heavy in this first leg. So we'll need every bit of the runway that is available. Okay, we just check if the... oh no, the runway ends here actually. not at that turnaround pad, I suppose. Alright, let's add some slight power and differential braking. Come on. Alright, we'll stop here. Again, we do not want to waste every bit of the runway. Right, altitude selected, I'll be at 5,000 feet, as I've mentioned. Heading, synchronize our current heading. Now, hopefully we'll not need to use the autopilot that much, considering that we are flying VFR. Alright, the before takeoff checklist was already complete. We can safely roll now, I suppose. Nice, I'm almost done with the new member orientation course. Been flying with no VATSIM for 1-ish years. Wow, congratulations, Phase1 YouTube. Hopefully you'll be flying again soon. I just can't imagine flying in VATSIM for more than a year at this stage. Like, there's always that urge to fly at some point. But yeah, wishing you all the best for your return to VATSIM, and congratulations as well. Alright folks, let's take off now. On the heading mode, we'll just use the heading mode now, I suppose. And inform on the Unicom frequency. Naiete traffic, Xplore 208 now departing out of runway 09er, flying eastwards at 5,000 feet VFR Naiete. Yep, Lalu, safe flight, yeah.
Roger.
Use Lalu. Alright, we'll do a static takeoff here. And set the takeoff thrust.
Mozambique traffic,
Togo.
210 now, line up operator traffic, roll into runway 12, Mozambique traffic.
Stabilize. Brakes released. Airspeed's coming alive. Two knots. 70, 3-1, rotate, and off we go. Faster rate of climb. We have fixed gears, we cannot retract them. Off we go, folks. At 80 knots, retracting flaps up. We'll add some pitch trim. Go to heading mode first. Come on. Heading mode and level change. Go, skid. Yeah, and as I've mentioned, it's still quite rainy here, as you can probably hear the background, the raindrops impacting our aircraft, should I say. Alright, going to nav mode. Do we have the after takeoff checklist? No, we don't have that. I mean, it's a caravan, ladies and gentlemen, not a Boeing on an Airbus. It's much more hands-on, and also at the same time, the procedures are not as complex. Right, we'll get you to your damper. Just fiddle with the trims here. So it'll put us on a steady climb. Actually, we can pop in the autopilot here. AP's on. Should be good. Take a look at that, folks. The scenery is pretty stunning, actually.
Motor traffic Explore here departure runway 12 sign LPFR to Buzi 5000 feet. Motor traffic.
There goes Lalu rolling down the runway. Yeah, it is. Approaching these modules is just the last push will be hard, and it's a day cool down, I believe, yeah, if I get it wrong. Yeah, all the best of luck for you, Tice One YouTube. I know you'll definitely make it, and I hope to hopefully fly with you someday in our beloved community. Our beloved VATSIM network. So, you know, we quite often do group flights here in this channel, and at times we can have like 10 or 11 people flying together from, let's say, point A to point B, which, you know, is pretty fun. Just like the last live stream where we flew from Medan in Indonesia to Penang in Malaysia. There were like 10 or 11 people joining us, and we've also had some other streamers, actually, other VATSIM streamers live streaming the group flight. I think that was Aldo Mampir and Dharma Tatya, some local Indonesian VATSIM live streamers. Take a look at that, folks. I wasn't expecting that the, what is it called? The DEMs, the DEMs, digital elevation mappings, and the photogrammetry around Mozambique would be this good, just saying. And the terrain level of detail settings here in MSFS 2020, I've only set it just to around a half, but it's still very stunning there. Take a look at those savanna just beneath us, those river formations. Not something that I can easily find in where I currently live in. Now we have many jungles in Indonesia, but not as many as Africa, definitely, or Mozambique, I think in this case, and Savannah as well. Savannas, we only have those in the island of Timor. Yeah, I think it's only the island of Timor, and obviously its neighboring islands as well, smaller islands. Some cloud formations there, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't think the weather ahead is looking prospectful for us. This is MVFR conditions, should I say. Well, at least we are IFR capable. And our next destination airport there, Buzi River is just about 50 nautical miles ahead of us already. Try to reduce the prop RPM here as we reach our cruising altitude. Somewhere around here should be good. Yeah, my note is on 35k letter, so 17k words. I'm in tears, by the way. The module 5 had beautiful words. We know you want to fly after you pass the last quiz. Well, yeah, we wish you the best of luck on VATSIM. Always keep flying. Yeah, that's pretty cool. In tears is a bit dramatic. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's just beautiful. Shanshun, is this the default caravan or the black square one? It's the default one, Shanshun, unfortunately. It's got, you know, those sorts of fidelity limitations, considering that this is the default aircraft, but yeah, it's VATSIM, sorry, it's still capable to be flown in VATSIM. The autopilot functions, navigation functions, they work properly at least. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that you can bring this aircraft into VATSIM like what we are doing here. On a side note, folks, we are already approaching our first destination this evening. Foxtrot Yankee 6, that is. Again, I can't really remember the name of the airstrip. Buzi River, that is. Hopefully we'll get a beautiful view of the river there on approach, as we can see on the navigation display. Let's just ask Lalu regarding his current state. Hope he's doing just fine there behind us. Alright. On the company frequency now. Company calling.
Go ahead, company.
You're still in Unicom, Cap Lalu. Not on 123.210.
Go ahead, company, sorry.
Siap. Aman aja kah di belakang? Doing good?
Aman. Weather clear with little bit cloudy.
Yeah, it's a bit cloudy here as well. At our front. Do you have any weather information for Foxtrot Quebec Yankee 6, or do we just use the same QNH as our departure airport?
No, I don't have the information of destination or either destination or this area. But I'm only checking for the Mozambique airport. Let's see for the weather information.
Roger that, no worries, Cap. Makasih ya.
Yeah, we're doing the freestyle.
Freestyle mode, ladies and gentlemen. And Cap weather information, yeah, just several miles ahead of you, we've got very thick clouds, Cap. Just maybe you want to note that down. And to eyes.
Yeah, information received.
on the anti-ice now. Just a precaution. And take a look at that river formation, ladies and gentlemen. That's just gorgeous. Goodness me. And this is the custom Mozambique airstrips scenery, I think that was called, that I found at VATSIM.to. I'll try to link the scenery to the comment section there, because the scenery pack doesn't just add missing airports, but it also updates the photogrammetry data surrounding these airstrips, which, you know, creates these sorts of beautiful looking rivers and other landmarks, just saying. Nice one, YouTube. PK-AJG only got 2 attempts. Good luck, mate. Good luck. Wish you all the best. I believe in you. Gap ini aku bentar lagi udah mau initial descent ya, buat ke Foxtrot Quebec Yankee 6, about 25 nautical miles from the airport. Nanti mungkin kita buat sirkuit aja ke kiri atau kanan.
Roger, nanti descent observationnya di berapa feet?
Ya, platform altitude mungkin sekitar 1000 or 800, mungkin cukup lah.
Roger, 1000 or 800 for the observation circuit pattern over the Foxtrot Quebec Yankee 6.
AFM Cap, kami mulai descent ya. Also folks, if you are flying with us this evening, we have a company frequency that is active. As usual, it's on 123.210 in case you want to chat alongside us. Yes, coming alive. About 1000 to 1400 will do. Slowly reduce the frost level here. Descent checklist, ice protection as required, stall heaters are on, snow smoke seatbelt sign. They can't be switched on, unfortunately. This is the default caravan. Altimeter is on 1015, nav source is on the GPS, descent checklist is complete. Standing by for the before landing checklist. Take a look at that, folks. Just stunning. Absolutely stunning. And in case you have just joined us in this live stream, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to hit the like button, share your thoughts down beneath in the live chat and the comment section as well. Share this video with your friends and colleagues if you want to share our adventure this evening, and also don't forget to hit that subscribe button on the right hand side of the YouTube channel, and don't forget to hit the bell button so you will not miss any future contents that we will make in the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel. In case that you are also interested with the virtual airline itself, make sure to head to www.abeljetsgroup.weebly.com. That is our official website, which is also linked in the description of this live stream. Got some lake formations there in the distance, and I think this is courtesy of the new photogrammetry data that is included in the Mozambique airstrips pack from VATSIM.to, which is courtesy of Gunther, the creator of the scenery there. Kudos to Gunther. 2,000 feet, about 1,000 to go. We'll lower our rate of descent here. Minus 500 feet per minute should suffice. We'll slightly add the prop RPM back. And also, folks, on another note, I've just received my WinWing PFP3N flight management computer for the Boeing 737, and I've been trying it out on the PMDG 737, and it works flawlessly, ladies and gentlemen. I think we should do a live stream in the near future, hopefully to showcase the product there. It's an awesome piece of equipment which really adds to the realism of flying in the flight simulator. It currently works with the PMDG 737 and the iFly 737 MAX 8 only, well, in MSFS 2020 I think that is. For WinWing is currently in let's say active development to bring compatibility to other Boeing aircrafts that we have in the sim. I think they have this sort of page in their website, or in the PFP3N product page, which I think it states the development progress for each of the aircraft types that the FMC is going to support in the future. Alright, leveling up at 1,000 feet here, we'll set heading mode again. Oh no, actually the airstrip is still dead ahead, so we'll come back to nav mode for a bit. Should be somewhere around there. Radio altimeter's alive.
Any aircraft at all on frequency Alpha 2 November Zulu Lima, radio check.
Loud and clear, sir. Good evening, Mr. Chief of Flight Operations Officer. Windows flying with us, folks. Flying a TBM, it seems, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, Window is also flying with us in the Mr. V. It's flying a TBM 900. Alright, we are now approaching the airstrip. Try to find it. We're sure it's somewhere around there, around the riverbanks, but yeah, we'll just have to see. About 10 miles to run. And I think that's the airstrip somewhere around there, just next to the community. Or is it? Or is it the next one, the, you know, the little patch of sand there, I suppose. Alright, we'll switch back to Unicom now for landing. Get back to Unicom 122.8. Yeah, I think that's the airstrip. We're flying a bit slow here. We'll reduce the prop RPM and add the power back. Hopefully it will accelerate us. There you go, should be enough.
Mr. Father, please see your back. I can see your aircraft from my cockpit now.
Roger, kayak visual separation aja seperti biasa as always.
Roger.
Alright, into heading block we go. Think we are... No, I was wrong again, folks. I thought this patch of sand was the airstrip. So it's that one in the community, somewhere around there. On the bad news, ladies and gentlemen, I think I really need to go to the loo just after touching down. My aircon is blasting very strongly here, and it's very cold. Try to adjust the temperature a bit. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's not great. Could be somewhere around here. Alright, I think I see some buildings there around the airstrip.
Company airstrip is a 1836 orientation.
Oh yeah, that goes to your airstrip. Oh no, it's that one actually. Oh my god, we just flew over it. Killing me. Disconnecting autopilot, disconnecting automatic side control. Company traffic, Xplore 208 will be conducting a left-hand orbit over the easterly runway at the Foxtrot Quebec Yankee 6 airstrip at 1,000 feet. Company traffic. We'll do a left-hand orbit here. To visually inspect the airstrip before we land. Okay, we'll forward. Oh, we are 200 feet short there.
Company traffic for 210 now. Make a left hand turn for pistol approach. It's the Buzi airstrip. Company traffic.
Directors can come off. Yeah, I think that's the runway there. The dirt runway. I'll just use the easterly runway here, ladies and gentlemen, with the weather report that Lalu mentioned earlier, especially considering that the winds are blowing towards the east, he said. Yeah, that's definitely the runway. pretty high angle of attack here, which is not great. But considering that we are heavy... Oh no, we need to backtrack the whole runway then. Hopefully Lalu is not that close to us. Considering that this aircraft doesn't have TCAS. Buzi River traffic, Xplore 208 now conducting a left-hand orbit for visual approach into the easterly runway. Buzi River traffic. Alright. Maintain visual separation with Lalu and Wendo. And again, as I've mentioned, this aircraft doesn't have TCAS. It only has a Mode Charlie transponder. We'll go with the first stage of flaps. Flaps 1. Check flaps 1.
Company traffic local winds 140 at 12.
Roger, thanks for the update, Cap. Will be slight crosswind there. Sorry. Company traffic, Xplore 208 now turning base leg for visual approach into the easterly runway. Company. Landing checklist fuel, tech selectors both on, fuel condition lever high idle, prop RPM set to max.
500.
APO 10%, wing flap saddles set for landing. Landing checklist is complete. Buzi River traffic, Xplore 208 short final, easterly runway, Buzi River. Oh, we are high actually, folks. Is that a construction Gaza just next to the runway? Right, he's far enough. Oh! Alright. Played too late there. No need for reverse. Alright, let's do a quick turnaround here. Or backtrack, actually. So that Lalu and Wendo can land.
Company traffic, transport 10 now, make a left-hand turn for visual approach runway 19er at the airstrip. Company traffic.
Buzi River traffic, Xplore 208 backtracking the active runway, Buzi River. After landing checks, wings flaps can come off, ice protection can come off. Standby alternator power coming off. Strobe lights off. Landing and taxi recognition lights set. Fuel condition lever set to low idle. Yeah, that was a very rough landing, unfortunately, folks, to open this evening's live stream. Minus 245 feet per minute there. And considering that we are flying in a Cessna, I think our landing gears, I don't think they are in the best of health, I suppose. Let's just park here, next to the, I think this is a
Buzi
beechcraft.
traffic, Xplore 210 now, make final best lap for runway 19er, Buzi traffic.
Buzi River traffic, the active runway has been vacated. Buzi River. Come on. Oh. That's about it.
Buzi traffic, Xplore 210 now, on your final runway 19er, Buzi traffic.
Ooh, there goes slowly, folks. Let's plane spot him. Ah, there he goes. Ah, too late. Too late, too late. He's already... There he goes. He already passed us there. Alright folks, as I've mentioned earlier, unfortunately I need to go to the loo for a bit, so as usual folks, if there is anything that goes on of the ordinary, please do let me know through the comment section. Shall see you guys in a few moments.
And taxi from the hangar. Buzi traffic.
And also best of luck to Wayno for his landing attempt. And I'll turn off my mic here for a bit and I shall catch you guys in a minute or two. Alright folks, here I am, back in the flight deck. Let's see. First window landed. Yeah, he's coming in from the north of Mr. B. On a side note, we'll also power down our aircraft here, considering that we need to unload some stuff. So, avionics, here can come on. RPMs on min. Better. Generators coming on. Shutting down the engine. Accelerator cuts off. Avionics off. Batteries off. Close the fuel pumps. Alright, go then, Doc. Now let's now play in spot window on his approach into Buzi River. Quite a scenic airstrip in the Mr. B, ladies and gentlemen. We got some tractors here and there, and I think that we saw a construction dozer just off the runway. There we go. Oh, that's what I said. There's a construction dozer just next to the runway. We've got a small shed here, and another safari car, a Toyota Land Cruiser, perhaps. Alright. Just wait for him. Whilst we wait for him, because I think he's still on a long final there, let's take a quick tour around the airstrip, shall we? Again, it's an airstrip, so don't expect much, I suppose. So we've got a windsock, a small shed there, the aforementioned Toyota Land Cruiser, and the Buzi River itself. I think it should be that one, according to the flightsim.to page of this add-on pack. There we go. It's got some delta formations and some smaller islands in the river banks itself. Let's move the camera here. Hopefully we can catch windows and rifle from let's say higher perspective here. There he goes. Just over the treetops. And safe and sound. Oh, he's just doing a dodge and go there. Making sure that he doesn't land as hard as we did. Because again, ladies and gentlemen, I really needed to go to the loo a few moments ago. Yeah, we should have done a touch and go, I think. Yeah, we'll try to do that on our next airstrip, or our next destination, which is Indigo Bay. It doesn't have an actual ICAO code, but the scenery pack lists it at India Bravo Lima, which I think it'll clash with some kind of a VOR in real life, but yeah, it is what it is. Again, an awesome scenery pack for free by Gunther from flightsim.to, which I have provided the download link at the live chat in this live stream. And if you see our telemetry data there in the overlay, in the Fly Live Studios overlay, it's showing Foxtrot Quebec Papa Bravo and 2 Foxtrot Quebec November Charlie. It's actually 2 random ICAO codes in Mozambique that I've put in because the software could not detect the airstrips that we are flying to, from and to. So it's just like a placeholder. Quite literally. Alright, we'll wait for Windows' second attempt at landing at Buzi River. He's on a left base leg now. Oh, it's not a... My god, it's a southerly runway. Yeah, it's not an easterly runway, so that's my bad, ladies and gentlemen. Wasn't entirely sure with the runway heading there. I mean, we could have checked the HSI, but I don't know. My mind was elsewhere, I suppose. Yeah, well, I think we'll just cross-check with... Well, just Navigraph, but VATSIM radar, because... Yeah, we'll just double cross-check with both Navigraph and VATSIM radar for the approximate runway headings there. Sorry, folks. There goes my window. And down it goes. What a beautiful looking aircraft, isn't it? The TVM. Perhaps we shall repaint one for Abel Xplore or Abel Aviator. Or perhaps Abel Executive as well, considering that the TVM is more like an executive transport aircraft, if I'm not wrong. If you can see those dirt coming out from the tires of the landing gears there, it's pretty interesting. I don't know if it's native MSFS feature or is it from V-Pilot or perhaps Parallel 42 as well. A stunning looking livery as well, ladies and gentlemen. November 9er 60 Delta Hotel, that is. There we go. Alright, let's take some screenshots here. There we go. Unfortunately, Lalu clips with the is that a Piper Comanche or something? The twin engine GA aircraft there. It's definitely not a Beechcraft from the nose. But you know, I can be wrong, obviously. Considering that I'm not really good at identifying GA aircraft. Let's try another angle. I really like the TBM's livery there, ladies and gentlemen. It's so beautiful. It looks sharp, should I say. It looks fast as well. Looks very aerodynamic compared to the more utilitarian Caravan, should I say. What a beautiful sight, folks. And considering that the scenery is free, so yeah, I think that's a win-win. Alright, let's assume that loading is complete. And let's also assume that for our next trip we are slightly less full, about half payload there. Around 600 kilograms. Fuel level should be sufficient, I think, for our next leg from Buzi River, Foxtrot Quebec Yankee 6 to Indigo Bay, IBL, India Bravo Lima. Window. I didn't actually have visual of the field on the first attempt until about 2 nautical miles out because I don't have the scenery installed. Oh my god, so you are quite literally landing on just like on open flat grounds here. A window. It's considering that you say that you don't have the scenery installed. I'm wondering how does it look from let's say a stock MSFS perspective without the scenery installed. Perhaps it's just like open flat grounds or something. Pretty interesting. I thought he was doing touch and go there, ladies and gentlemen, just trying to check on the runway, making sure that like it's good enough to be landed on, which we didn't do. We only slapped our aircraft there, which fingers crossed our landing gear struts are still working properly for our next leg. Alright. Okay, without further ado, let's prepare ourselves for our next leg now. That'll be to Indigo Bay Lodge. Hopefully, Wendo can see the airstrip at IBL. Considering that, from what I see from the VATSIM.to website, it says that the default scenery data for Indigo Bay Lodge is, a bit shoddy. Alright, let's jump back in. So, cargo unloading and loading is now complete. Yeah, unfortunately we can't swap the carpets as well, can we? Because I really want, like a more utilitarian cabin version which has all of the seats removed and perhaps maybe some drums or some crates and boxes loaded. Alright. Enough of me complaining there. Let's power her back up. So, batteries coming on. Nav beacon. Radio check. Radio's dead. Avionics 1 on. I believe we should have the radio available now. There we go, we have that. Buzi River traffic, Xplore 208, starting up entrance at present position, Buzi River. Before we just start checklist. Yeah, let's assume this is done. I don't really want to drain the batteries here. Let's just do what we are used with. Fuel boost. 1, 2, 3, 4. Engine start. Prop rotation. Naiete is rising, energy is rising, oil pressure is rising. Energy is approaching the green band now, oil pressure is on the green band, oil temperature is also in the green band. Fuel flow is looking good. Generator is on. Avionics 2 on. Starter on normal. Fuel boost pumps on. Video static keys coming on. Got our radios back. Let's set up our flight plan. Foxtrot Quebec Yankee 6, isn't it? No. No. Again, I'm not really proficient with these sorts of Garmin 1000s. Ah, come on. Foxtrot. Just bear with me for a second, folks. We can just actually go direct to India Bravo Lima, is it? India Bravo There we go, India Bravo Lima. And yeah, that's the one. Activate. That's online. Now we'll not mess around with the origin there. Alright, we good? Well, that's looking good. Oh, Pak Gopal! Have a nice flight, Pak Abel! Thank you very much, Pak Gopal. Hope you are enjoying this live stream. Thank you for stopping by. Windows already starting up his engines. Before takeoff checklist, pocket brake is set, altimeter 1015.
Start 10, start
Fuel.
engine operating position.
Take off slowly. Altimeter 7015 has been checked. Fuel boost switches are normal. Fuel tank selectors both on. Fuel quantity is checked. Yeah, about 39% remaining. Fuel shut off knob fully on. Standby alternator power is on. Manual electric push trim set for takeoff. Yeah, it's in the green. Sorry, it's in the takeoff range. Ice protection. Just engage the bit of static heaters. Nav source is on GPS. Transponder is on. All reporting. Mode Charlie. Strobe lights coming on. Task switch is clear. Wing flaps handle set to takeoff. Cabin heat mixing air controls not simulated. Brakes released. And fuel condition levers on high idle. Before takeoff checklist is complete. Let's do the flight control check now. Pull up. Pull down. Neutral. Pull left. Pull right. Neutral. Reverse. Pull left. Pull right. Yeah, neutral. Flight control check is complete. What's the river name again? Something. Buzi. Sorry. Buzi River traffic, Xplore 208 now taxiing towards the southerly runway. Will be departing to the south towards India Bravo Lima, Indigo Bay Lodge at 5,000 feet VFR. Buzi River traffic. Flight directors set to 5,000. Go. Up, landing lights can come on. Alright. Start taxiing. Making sure that our wingtip clearance is looking good. Come on. Should be sufficient. Alright. Yeah, I'll be departing to the south. Cruising at 5,000. Yeah, before takeoff checklist is complete, we can start rolling down. So, Toga. Takeoff, flight management, sorry, FMA's checked. Do they call the FMA's out in the caravan? Like in the air, like it is in the airport. So I'll be like, take off green, alt white or something, 5,000 blue. Buzi River traffic, Xplore 208 now departing out of the southerly runway to the south at 5,000 feet VFR to Indigo Bay Lodge, Buzi River. Get static takeoff. Brakes. Set takeoff thrust. Speed's alive. V1, rotate. Off we go. Positive rate of climb. Here's our stationary. Go to nav. 600 feet, flaps coming up. Yaw dampers coming on. And we'll use level change. So we'll accelerate first to beyond the wideband speed there. So we'll slightly reduce the prop RPM so we can accelerate even further. There we go. $1,500, climbing to 5,000 now. We'll level off a bit so we can accelerate. Hit level change. We'll continue to climb at about 130 knots there. The autopilot. And after the takeoff checklist, folks. No, we don't have that. Sean Nguyen, hi. Hi Sean, it's been a while. Welcome back to our live stream. Hope you are doing well there. There's 2 tropical cyclones in Australia. Wow. I hope you are safe there. In Australia. It's currently raining pretty hard here in Indonesia, which is, relatively not that far from Australia. Hope things are okay down there.
Buzi traffic Xplore 210, now departure runway 19, VFR to India Bravo Lima at 6,000 feet. Buzi traffic?
Safe flight cap.
Okay, yep.
Buzi traffic up to November Zulu Lima, lining up runway 19 behind traffic.
Biggest window. And I think we've just passed some sorts of salt fields there, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm not entirely sure. But by the looks of it, the looks of them, they look pretty similar to salt fields that we have here. Oh folks, take a look at that bay. Oh. Wow. Quite beautiful, isn't it? Leveling off already. It's pretty far away, folks, about 150 nautical miles. If you see that username, that Steam username that just popped up at the right lower side of the screen, I think I'm quite familiar with that username. So as maybe some of you are. Take a look at that, folks. This is the updated photogrammetry data from Google Maps, which is provided in the scenery pack.
Lima, taking off runway 19, VFR departure to the south, not above 5,500.
Have a safe flight, Cap. There goes my window. Is that an airfield? Oh no. I thought that was like an airfield somewhere around there. Turns out it's just like a road connecting the that part of the bay. And look at those delta formations, the islands. And this is just on a medium graphical settings here in MSFS 2020, folks. Again, I'd like to iterate that this is not MSFS 2024, this is MSFS 2020. I just simply don't have the storage space left to install another simulator. That's why I haven't migrated. One of the several reasons to why I haven't migrated to the newer simulator. Oh my god, take a look at those sand formations on the coast. That's just... oh my goodness. Wow. Oops. Pressed the wrong button there. Oh. This is just like the one of the MSFS 2020 trailers, wasn't it? Wow. Just beautiful. And this is why we do VFR flying sometimes, ladies and gentlemen. The scenery, especially in MSFS, is just like eye candy, should I say. It's always beautiful, quite literally, everywhere you go. Considering that I, was born and raised in White Simulator, where the scenery, is just pretty basic, and then we have this sort of DEM and photogrammetry technology that we have nowadays, which transforms the scenery into something very realistic in modern day flight simulation or commercial flight simulation. It's just mind-boggling. Yep, flying over the ocean again now, folks. Not much to see, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll just head back in. We'll be flying along the coastlines there. And I think we'll be quite low on fuel when we arrive, considering that we are still about 100 miles from Indigo Bay Lodge. But we can always cheat. This is not a PMDG aircraft or something. It will not break if if you update the fuel or the payload in flight. Take a look at that, folks. Let's try to move the camera there. Man, that's beautiful. You know what, folks? Let's try to do a map of the Earth flying when we approach Indigo Bay, because I think it's quite scenic down there, and we can do some low-level flying just before arriving. Just having some fun there, considering that there's no ATC around. And it appears that Wendell has decided to take on a more scenic route because he's flying over the he's flying much closer to the coastline. I mean, we can do that. Come on, we're flying VFR, folks. Why are we flying straight lines like in a Boeing on an Airbus? Alright, let's go to heading mode. Let's get ourselves closer to the coastline, shall we? Let's see some beautiful scenery on our way. So that's what differs VFR flying to, line following IFR flights, if that makes sense. take a look at that. Is that like a small town just behind the behind one of the deltas there? Man, that's gorgeous. So you can see the sedimentations on the coastlines. That's definitely part of the updated photogrammetry data. Let's change our heading fog again. Flying over the coastline now, ladies and gentlemen, and as you can probably see, there are some communities down there. You know what, folks, I'm starting to think about replacing my Bing Maps photogrammetry settings to Google Maps, because I think there is a way to do that, but I just can't remember how. Because I'm seeing a post of someone doing that in the Microsoft Flight Simulator forums like 4 years ago. I don't know if that post is still relevant. I might need to check, but as you can see here, Google Maps photogrammetry data, or at least for this part of the world, is definitely superior than the default Bing Maps data. They're still pretty far away from Indigo Bay. Just be flying alongside the coast now.
Company traffic winds at destination 150 at 11 knots, expect straight in runway 16 approach.
Roger that, thanks for the update. We've got some weather information and active runway information at Indigo Bay. And why don't you say that the active runway is 16 now? Let's just cross reference that with Navigaph. So IBL OBS studio is disconnected. Folks, did the stream just die? I'm having some connection issues here. Apologies. If the stream died or something, please do let me know in the comments. Because my OBS just said that I am disconnected from the stream. Let's just cross-check that our photograms are still on. Yep, we're still on. Should good. Yeah, right. That is sorted. Indigo Bay should be... Ah, yeah, there we go. Runway 16 and 34. You know, folks, for the next live stream, I think we should go somewhere a bit mountainous, just to how to say it, make things a bit more different from this one. Yes, we are flying alongside the coast in this particular live stream, and perhaps the next one will go somewhere mountainous. The first thing that comes to my mind is definitely Lukla, but I don't think that a caravan can go there. Especially as the airport is situated very high in elevation. But funnily enough, folks, I used to fly an Abel Xplore ATR-42 from Kathmandu in Nepal to Lukla in VATSIM with Aldo Mampir. I think that was last year, but yeah, I just didn't stream that whole thing because it was going to be a whole-on comedy show. But turns out I didn't crash, and I successfully landed the ATR on Lukla on VATSIM. And if you happen to follow my personal Instagram Abel, I think the footage is still there in one of my story highlights, my Instagram story highlights, in one of those highlights. Yeah, I think it's somewhere around there. Alright, updating our heading back again. About 60 miles run to Indigo Bay Lodge. This is quite a stark contrast to... Oh my goodness, take a look at those river formations. The downstream of the river into the ocean. Yes, what I was trying to say, I think this particular live stream is quite a stark contrast to the last one when we flew the caravan in New Zealand. The flights were very short. We didn't even need to use any sort of flight plan. Well, in this particular one, in this one, it's quite longer. I think significantly even. You know what? We should fly the NZ. Hopefully, somewhere soon. our chief of flight operations officer he has suggested us to fly in his hometown area in Tauranga. So we'll see about that. Considering that we have the Cessna 172 now available for Abel Jets in the Abel Aviator flying school livery. I think it's the WB simulations one, but it can obviously be say ported into the default Osovo Skyhawk through some process, which I'll try to do. And I think ZA simulations also does have the custom Tauranga scenery for sale, so I might need to check that out later on. Because I'm very happy and satisfied with their Milford Town scenery that we flew to like 2 months ago, I think that was. Oh, we've got a small town here, folks. A city, actually. Funnily enough, folks, Wendo is already well ahead of us. I mean, considering he's flying a TPM which cruises much faster than these utilitarian caravans that me and Lalu are flying. Oh, is that a fire beneath us? Folks? Is that a cloud or a fire? You be the judge. I think it's part of the photogrammetry data. Oh wow. See, folks? Isn't this just beautiful? About 600 pounds of fuel remaining there. Go back to nav. No. About 45 miles to run. flying over the ocean again now. Do we have some sort of synoptic spaceship? Ah, there we go. Fuel totalizer. About 572 pounds of fuel remaining on both tanks. Wait, battery amps are negative, that's interesting. That is interesting. It has a minus side, which means this is charging. And the shimmer trip checklist doesn't mention about syncing off the standby alternator power in flight, so we'll just leave that on. Yeah, I'll just leave that. She'll be it. Oh. Nope. And there goes the northern tip of the island that we are heading to. Hopefully not beneath that cloud cover. "12 knots of headwind there, unfortunately, and considering that we're flying a caravan, our ground speed would be quite significantly reduced. GS. Next rest not available. Everything's looking good. You know what, Fox? When we are reaching Bravo Zulu Bravo there, we'll just disconnect the autopilot and, do some low-level flying showing. Because what I see from VATSIM.to is that the scenery is pretty stunning there on the island, which has the Indigo Bay Lodge airport in it. Bravo Zulu Bravo, is that a VOR or something? Used to be, nope. Perhaps it's like a smaller airstrip. foam cells there. I think it's a CB. Used to be so, a cumulonimbus cloud, which we don't really want to go to. About 26 miles to run from Indigo Bay Lodge. Yeah, right, there goes the island, folks. We'll veer off from our current track there, heading select, as well as to give some separation with Lalu, considering that he's quite close to our tail. Just lie along the coastline, shall we? Set about 2,000 for our initial descent. And let's also inform our intentions in Unicom. Indigo Bay Lodge traffic, Xplore 208 will be conducting low level flying at 1,000 feet on the coastlines of the island. We'll be then performing left-hand circuits on runway 16 at Indigo Bay Lodge. Afterwards, Indigo Bay Lodge traffic. Yes. Next to runway 16 was an because the winds are blowing from like 150-ish degrees. Window said earlier. But we're down for the 2000. There goes the island, folks. Which has been updated with Google Maps photogrammetry data. Funnily enough, Malu seems to be following us. Yeah, I think it's gonna do the important part as well alongside us. We'll definitely need to refuel at Indigo Bay there. So we are about 500 pounds of fuel total. And I don't necessarily know what's the Mayday fuel level in the caravan here. Powered down. Doesn't go. Let's disconnect the automatic side control. You're right. Flight directives can come off. Now let's do some sightseeing, folks. Oh, there's actually an airstrip there. Oh, so that's an airstrip. I thought that was like a VR station or some sort of. Your left-hand orbit here. You know, folks, just out of for my curiosity's sake, let's do a touch and go that airstrip, shall we? It's pretty scenic, just next to the coastline there. Bravo Zulu Lima airstrip traffic Xplore 208 conducting left-hand circuits into runway 20 touch and go. Bravo Zulu Lima airstrip traffic. Alright. Since checklist has protection is required, no smoke and seatbelt signs, we just assume that they are on. Altimeters are set 1015, nav source are selected, and checklist is complete. Steady by for before landing checklist. RPM. Stage of flaps. Where's the airstrip? There we go. Wow! Take a look at that beach. Bravo Zulu Lima airstrip traffic, Xplore 208 short, final runway 20, touch and go, Bravo Zulu Lima. Flaps full for landing. Landing checklist. Fuel tank selectors both on, fuel condition levers, high, idle. Prop RPM lever max, radar standby, autopilot and yaw dampers. Coming off. Before landing checklist is complete. go, folks. Oops, coming back up. Going back to 1,000. Scooting over the coastlines here. The RPM lever isn't visible. There we go, it's blocked by the throttle lever. There we go, put that a bit lower so we can add more power. Take a look at those sand dunes, folks. Folks, just some update from Wendo. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the imagery at India Bravo Lima, so he'll need to divert once we land there. So stay safe and have a safe landing on your diversion field. Take a look at those sand dunes, folks. Could have been blown away by the winds. And we are approaching Indigo Bay already. Alright, let's tour the traffic pattern. Oh, there's a ship there, folks. Indigo Bay Lodge traffic Xplore 208 is now joining a left ahead traffic circuit for official approach into runway 16 Indigo Bay. Increase power, accelerate. That's the airstrip. Just desolate between those trees. Very beautiful.
500.
We'll do a touch and go first, shall we? Just like what Wendo did. careful not to collide with that sand dune. Right, off and turn into the upwind. Somewhere around there. Flaps 1 coming out. Actually, folks, considering that it's already quite late here, if we land at a smooth rate, we'll just go full stop, shall we? If not, then we'll do a go around. So we still have one more destination to go this evening. Turning final. Indigo Bay Lodge traffic, Xplore 208 on left based turn for official approach to runway 16 Indigo Bay. There goes runway. Full flaps for landing. Landing checklist, fuel test lectures, fuel condition levers, prop levers, radars, autopilot, yaw dampers off. Landing checklist is complete. Indigo Bay Lodge traffic, Xplore 208 is on the short final runway 16 Indigo Bay.
Landing, Captain Partner.
Thank you, Captain Lalu. Open the treetops. Down, brakes. Bit off reverse thrust. Down we go. Safe and sound, folks. Stop here. Parking brake is set. After landing checklist, swing flaps handle. Sorry, up. Landing lights off. These can come off. That as well. Fuel condition lever, slow idle. Alright, let's wait for Lalu. Indigo Bay traffic, runway 16 has been vacated, Indigo Bay. Unfortunately, window will be diverting, folks, because he doesn't have the imagery for the traffic. Sorry, doesn't have the imagery for the airfield.
Indigo Bay traffic.
Let's move our camera here. Hopefully we can see Lalu touching down. Because the well, the treetops are very high, folks. And if you saw through the live stream there, I think the other end of the runway has a very steep slope. We'll try to take a look at that a bit later on arrival. Sorry, on departure. What was our landing rate, by the way? See? Minus 108 feet per minute. Yeah, I'll take it. But we almost veered off the runway there. So a minus point in that field in maintaining runway center line. Yeah. A plus point on the touchdown to Potsman, for a minus point on the maintaining runway center line division. Yeah, Lalu's on a base leg now, ladies and gentlemen. And after this airstrip, airfield, because the runway's paved, we'll be heading towards our final destination for this evening's live stream, which is to Pomene. I hope I pronounced that right. Which has the ICAO identifier code of Foxtrot Quebec Zulu 6. And to my memory, from the just fiddling with the MSFS, the default MSFS flight planner, it should be a long flight.
Indigo Bay traffic Xplore 210 now, action lap for final best lap runway 16, Indigo Bay traffic.
Safe landing cap. There he goes. Is that Lalu on window? Because he's definitely flying at like a high angle or some sort of. Ah, that's Lalu. Yeah, he's on a downwind. No, into the clouds he go.
Indigo Bay traffic, Xplore 210, Chocola runway 16, Indigo traffic.
He's on a short final, he says. See? There he is. Fortunately, I will not need to move my camera about as much as I had on the previous airstrip, considering that he's coming straight towards us. Alright, first attempt. Will he make it, folks? Down he goes. Fortunately, the runway is much longer than the Buzi River one that we flew into, which means we can be, you know, be more conservative in terms of braking. Take it slowly, folks. Alright, let's shut down the engines and unload the cargo. For
Indigo Bay traffic, runway 16 with PK-AJG, Indigo traffic.
Shut down the engines and prepare to unload the juicy stuffs that we have on board. Nav on, yeah, I'll leave the beacons on, shall we?
Indigo traffic, Alpha 2, November Zulu Lima, making a low pass at 200 feet, runway 16, Indigo Bay.
Folks, we just heard that radio channel, folks. Window will be doing a low pass over the airfield. So, oh, there he goes. Beautiful. Off he goes into the sunset. Although it's like still 10 AM simulation time. Oh, wow, he's doing a zoom climb, folks. Bro thinks he's flying an F-16. Or a Mirage 2000, which was Windows personal plane, I think, that was in Vice Flight Simulator in the 4th Aerial Wing Scorpions. Good old times. Alright, let's shut down the aircraft and unload the cargo. It's got tough. Avionics 1 off. Fuel boost off. Batteries coming out. Okay. Yeah, let us also shut this aircraft down. Whilst the aircraft is being turned around, let's take some screenshots of the airfield and its surrounding area, shall we? Unfortunately, GSX doesn't work with the Caravan, I suppose. I mean, it does work, but just arbitrarily. You know, it's quite strange to see, what is it called? Airport talks being connected into your Caravan, which is, which the Caravan is disproportionately smaller, much smaller than the talk itself, and the other airport GSEs that GSX has. The ship here looks to be a trawler. Some sailing boats in the distance. And unfortunately, folks, this particular island, it's only available through the Google Maps. Photogrammetry data available through the flightsim.to website by Gunther, which unfortunately Moindo doesn't have. Therefore, if one is using Bing Maps, then this particular island would have been something else. Alright folks, for our final leg for this evening's live stream, we'll be departing here out of Indigo Bay Lodge after transporting some tourists. Let's assume that we are now configured in a passenger seating configuration. We've left our drums and crates and boxes behind, and we've switched into a more, humane cabin for our final leg into Pomene. Or is it Pomene? Hopefully I pronounced that right, because the IQ code of Foxtrot Quebec Zulu 6 shouldn't be a long flight. It's just a short hop out of Indigo Bay Lodge, and I think, to my memory, it's also a resort island or something similar. This is what the VATSIM.to page says about Pomene. Located in the Pomene Natural Reserve in Hambane province, this 738-meter long strip serves the nearby tourist lodges. The field overlooks the crystal clear waters of the Bahia de Pomene. Runway directions are 1735, field elevation is 177 feet. Alright, let's load her up. Let's assume that we are quite heavy again, about 80% of our MTOW. And we'll top off the fuel at about 40% should be enough. Somewhere around there. About 1,000 kilograms worth of payload for people and their belongings. We've got a King Air, and I think it's a Diamond or something. Pipe Comanche maybe? What is a Cessna? I thought that was like a King Air, the non-T-tail King Air. But if you do happen to be able to identify GA planes, please do let me know what types of these aircraft are. There goes another Land Cruiser, Toyota Land Cruiser safari car. Quite a beautiful island, isn't it? Yeah, right. Let's assume that boarding has been completed. Let's get back in and prepare ourselves for our final leg for this evening's live stream, which is to Pomene. Got some screenshots also. Yeah, right, back into the lovely flight deck we go. Before engine start checklist, pre-flight inspection. Let's assume that's completed. Parking brake is set. Switches are all off. Ignition switch, it's on norm. Fuel tanks 1 and 2 on. Bleed air heat switches off. Power levers on idle. Prop RPM lever on max. Fuel shut off knob. Sorry, fuel condition lever on. Fuel cutoff. Which is correct. Fuel shut off knob is on, pushed in, that's correct. Wing flaps handle up. No smoke seatbelts switches. They can't be altered, unfortunately. Before engine start checklist is complete, starting engines on standout. So batteries coming on, avionics 1 on. we've got the radio now. Indigo Bay Lodge traffic, Xplore 208, now starting engines at present position, Indigo Bay.
Sending clear traffic Alpha 2, November Zulu Lima, short final, runway 17 for liftoff, wind below.
There goes window on his diversion field. Ignition is on. Should be sufficient. Starting engines. Engines rising. Prop RPMs rising, engines rising, ITT rising, ITT is in the green band, all pressures are in the green band, all temperatures also in the green band. Forward. Avionics 2. Stutter cut out. That's 5,000 now. FD. Flight plan will just go direct to. What was the KO identifier again? Foxtrot Quebec Zulu 6. So that'll be Foxtrot. Back. Zulu. 6 I think that was. There we go. Enter. It's not that far, it's just about 74 nautical miles. Electricals coming on. Yeah, should be good. Before takeoff checklist, smoking brake is set, altimeter set 1015. Checked on 1, 2 and 3. Fuel switch on normal, fuel tank selector is on. Fuel shut off knob fully on. Standby alternating power switch is on. Manual electric pitch trim set for takeoff. Ice protection will just go with the aerostatic heat, which is already on. Avionics and radar set with watch nav source on. GPS transponder is on. 7,000. Alt reporting. Trip lights coming on. Taxi lights on. Cast messages clear. Wing flap settle set for takeoff. Cabin heat mixing air control. Light push. Brakes released. Fuel condition levers high idle. Before takeoff checklist is complete, we'll do the flight controls check now. Pull up. Pull down. Neutral. Pull left. Pull right. Neutral. What is pull left?
Indigo Bay Lodge traffic.
Flight controls check is complete.
Export to 10 now, start engaging first position. Indigo Bay.
Indigo Slalom setting up his engines. Indigo Bay Lodge traffic, Xplore 208 now taxiing to runway 16 via backtracking runway 16 departing to the south 5,000 feet VFR to Foxtrot Quebec Zulu 6 Pomene, Indigo Bay traffic. Released. I think in real life they should have done like a departure briefing, but Unfortunately, I'm too lazy to do that at this hour. We'll just taxi out. We'll just discuss some things as we taxi and backtrack the runway. Yep, we are moving. One shot wing clearance. Pretty good. Alright, all lines can go on. Folks, did we land on the wrong runway? Oh, no, we didn't. Yeah, we're tracking north now. Should be good. Alright, some things to note on departure. It's an immediate right-hand departure to intercept our departure track by GPS. Initial climb will be to at 5,000 feet. We are pretty heavy, which means we'll need to retract the flaps a bit later and reduce the prop RPM progressively. In case of an engine failure, lost control or wind shear after V1, we'll continue the takeoff and try to find the best suitable spot to put the aircraft down safely. The weather is quite marginal at our destination as well as alongside the trip. Icing has not been reported, but we'll take that into consideration as well. So we might be needing to turn on the anti-icing systems on our trip. Besides any of those, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns, Cynthia? No? Right, that should complete the departure briefing for us. Let's start rolling, shall we? Toga. Indigo Bay Lodge traffic, Xplore 208, now departing out of runway 16 VFR to the south at 5,000 feet, heading towards Foxtrot, Quebec, Zulu 6, Indigo Bay Lodge traffic. Fixed release, let's roll. Yeah, we can do a rolling takeoff here.
Traffic Xplore 210 taxi to holding taxi and backtracking runway 16B.
The runway is very long here.
Indigo
Center of thrust. Airspeed's alive. Bit bumpy. 70 knots. 80 knots, rotate. Positive rate of climb. Gears are fixed. Wait, no. 300 feet. Nav. Indigo Bay Lodge traffic, Xplore 208 airborne, passing 700 feet, climbing to 5,000 feet, Indigo Bay. Flaps retracted. level change. We'll lower down the probe RPM here. Not you. Come on, airplane.
Indigo Bay traffic has for 210, that's now departure runway 16 to Pomene at CFR 6000 feet. Indigo Bay traffic.
Try to set climb speed of 130 knots IAS there. There we go. What about one on? And off we go, folks, to Pomene. Or Pomene. And as I've mentioned earlier, folks, the weather is pretty marginal. No, Fox 100% window has also disconnected. Thank you very much, window, for flying alongside with us this evening. Have a nice rest there. Oh, good morning, actually. It's like 11 p.m. already in my time zone, and I'm assuming it's like 5 or 6 a.m. already down there in New Zealand. Take care, mate. Hope to see you again in the next one. Stay safe, stay healthy. Oh, wow. Take a look at that. This photogrammetry data from Google Maps is definitely a game changer. Our cruise level there, 5,000 feet. We'll adjust our thrust setting accordingly. Company calling Cap lalu.
Roger, company, go Cap.
Di belakang aman aja kah, Cap?
Aman saja, and climb
Scenery-nya aman juga kah? Tadi soalnya kan di tempatnya window dia nggak nampak bandaranya.
Aman.
Siap Cap, salam kapal kargo.
Scenarinya nampak aman aja, tapi nggak ada. Aku lihat yang punyamu kayaknya ada pesawat lain gitu. Aku nggak ada gitu.
Oh kayaknya ini deh belum download dependensinya kamu, soalnya kan di link scenery itu ada kayak ini kan list dependencies yang dibutuhkan supaya bisa kelihatan semua static aircraft sama ground objectnya gitu.
Oh, oke. Tapi yang ini aman.
Roger that, Cap. ETA into Pomene is about 22 minutes from our current position there. Quite a handy feature in the caravan here, or in the Garmin 1000 avionics suite.
44 menit serius.
44 menit. Kalau di tempatku kok ETA-nya ini ya 20 menit doang.
Berapa? 20 menit?
21 ETA-nya di tempatku.
Oh, standby. Aku tadi lagi climbing airspeed low. Sekarang lagi accelerating lagi.
Oh, roger that, Cap. Aku coba cruising di 150 knots sih ini. Wow! Wasn't expecting that, folks. Oh my goodness! Take a look at those sedimentation again. Like the photogrammetry looks like something that just came out of a sim update. Although this is just, you know, Google Maps. That's literally it. Nothing else.
Oke, sekarang jadi 20 menit, 21 kan.
Nah kan.
Nanti terakhir aku mau coba ini deh, nyuntepin pesawat tapi disconnect dulu. Soalnya nanti aku baru download realistic mode.
Bahaya.
Aku pengen lihat profilnya Bangkok ya.
Take a look at that, folks. Cap, di depan sih pemandangannya bagus banget, sumpah. Pemandangan pantainya bagus banget.
Roger. Ya aku sih masih botak kelihatannya, awan tuh.
Bentar lagi Cap bisa awan. Wow. Would you look at that, folks? It's absolutely stunning, folks. And this is for free. And also consider this that the actual runway at Pomene is runway 17 by the looks of the winds. Is that like a small settlement or community on the coastline? Seems to be so. Alright. Back in the lovely flight deck we go, observing the waves crashing into the coastlines there. On a side note, folks, I need to go to the toilet again, unfortunately. And pick some more water. Again, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know in the comment section, and I'll see you guys again in a minute or two. Whilst I go to the lavatory, I'll leave you folks with the beautiful coastline here. Beautiful view of the coastline. So, see you in a bit.
By the way, aku nggak lihat aduhnya scenery pantainya yang bagus, kayaknya gara-gara dependentisnya deh. Standby. Oke, ternyata nggak nyala. Ternyata nggak nyala. Tadi off. santai aja. Aku pernah nyalain fotogrametri di Papua kok. Ya bagus banget sih sekarang teksturnya. Tadi sih cuma garis hijau sama biru doang. Kocak.
back at the flight deck again, ladies and gentlemen. And it appears that we are closing in to Pomene. Oke, udah balik cap. Approximately 20 miles from destination kalau aku. Alright, we'll descend to platform altitude 1000 feet. Next in runway is 17. PS. Pomene traffic, Xplore 208 now descending from 5000 feet to 1000 feet for official approach into runway 17 left hand traffic pattern Pomene. Take a look at that beach. Beautiful sand.
Your head company. Roger, standby.
There goes the Pomene Bay airstrip. Somewhere in there.
Okay, made it sense.
Roger, stand by. Oke Cap, ini lucu kalau di OBS dia kebaca, tapi kalau di YouTube nggak kebaca. Oke, thank you Cap.
Iya.
There goes the bay itself. 1,000 to go. There should be airstrip. Descent checklist. Ice protection is required. There's box speed belt switches on, altimeters on 1015, national on GPS, descent checklist is complete.
Complete traffic Xplore 210 now descending to 1000 feet from 6000 feet. For Pomene.
Okay, that should be the airfield just above the cliffs. Synchronize our heading. Yeah, that's vehicle just over the hilltop. Company traffic just be advised, itu bandaranya dia di atas tebing ya, jadi hati-hati kalau landing. Tebingnya itu dia langsung ke jurang ke laut gitu, jadi hati-hati biar gak jebur.
Iya.
There goes the Pomene Bay itself, ladies and gentlemen. Quite beautiful. My goodness!
Aku agak bahaya nih operan, soalnya sulit mencet reverse.
Bahaya. Take a look at that. Heading mode. Pomene Bay traffic Xplore 208 conducting left-hand circuits over runway 16, 1000 feet, Pomene. Right, disconnecting automatic side control. Good numbers coming off. FP's coming off. Control that terrain. Terrain ahead, pull up. It was quite gruesome to distinguish trying to distinguish the yaw dampers on the autopilot. Full RPM. Flaps one coming out. Please check flaps one. Left base leg. Pomene traffic Xplore 208 is on the base leg for visual approach to runway 16 for touch and go Pomene. Landing checklist is complete. Flaps full for landing. Quite a scenic approach, isn't it, folks?
500.
Pomene Traffic Xplore 208 upwind, correction, left upwind, runway 16 Pomene. Try that again. We are quite strong actually.
500.
Take a look at that coastline, folks. That's the Pomene Bay itself, as I've mentioned, folks. Very beautiful, isn't it? Just do a long approach. A long final, sorry. Take a look at that. Pomene Traffic Xplore 208 turning left for base leg into visual approach for runway 16 Pomene. Airstrip. Bus full. Pomene Traffic Xplore 208 is on short final runway 16 Pomene. No correction, long final. Watch out for that antenna tower on our right hand side. What a scenic approach. Ground effect. Watch for the trees. There you go. The ground effect is very strong there, folks. Minus 94 feet per minute, not bad at all. It's just beautiful. Pomene traffic Xplore 208 now backtracking, runway 16 Pomene. Now athletic checks. Wing flaps handle is on up. Nice protection. Off. Standby alternator power off as well. Strobe lights. We'll leave that on because we're still on the runway.
Pomene traffic Xplore 210 now. Short final for touch and go runway. Pomene traffic.
And Pomene traffic, traffic still on runway. Pomene. Block here. Pomene traffic runway 16 is clear, Pomene. Showing clearance. Oops. Yeah, that's not what I was intending. Let's try that again. And that TBF box, that's not window, unfortunately. That's a static aircraft.
Pomene traffic Xplore 210 now left upwind 4 and make a left super pattern. Pomene traffic.
There we go. Back brake set. Letting in taxi recognition lights, they are off. Fuel condition levers low idle after landing checklist is complete. Safe landing cap, hati-hati runway-nya di atas gunung terus ada menara BTS tuh di dekat runway.
Oke siap. Tadi stasiun gua aja agak bahaya tuh.
Perkara sulit.
Pomene traffic Xplore 210 now for left panel best left for runway. Pomene traffic.
I'll loose on the short final now.
Pomene traffic Xplore 210 shop on a runway. Once you Pomene traffic.
Pretty fast. He's coming in out. There it goes. Safe and sound. Mantap. He barely even used half the runway then. Tapi kamu cuma pakai setengah runway cap, aku tadi sampai full length karena baru landing pas di tengah.
Ini kalau dilihat scenerinya di sini itu di ujung runway-nya pohonnya tinggi-tinggi ya.
Nah itu dia juga. There goes slightly folks in another Abel Xplore sister Grand Caravan.
Miring tadi karena ngambil yang agak pendek.
Daripada nyamber pohon kan ya Cap?
Betul sekali.
There he goes. Let's try to take some screenshots, shall we? Because the location of the airfield is very beautiful. It's like on a hilltop surrounding a bay, as we've seen together. See, those must be the lodges. That's the Pomene Bay itself. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. Yeah, because slowly just reversing off. Mantap. Take some screenshots. Well, we'll then shut down the engines and start the unloading or the boarding process actually, because we are carrying tourists this time around instead of fuel barrels and crates.
Nah, biar bagus buat foto tuh. Kayaknya bagus bentuknya kayak gitu.
Yoi. Just beautiful, isn't it, folks? Pomene. Take a look at that. Yeah, let's shut down our engines, and I think we can conclude this evening's live stream at this parking session. Avionics 1 coming off. Props on bin. Fuel pods off. Batteries coming off. Should have shut down the avionics there, but Lily forgot about that. Go south and those go off. With that, folks, we are safe and sound here at Pomene Bay. Back in the cold and dark state. And that shows our final leg for this evening. Firstly, I would like to deliver my gratitude to Wendo, Chief Flight Operations Officer of Abel Jets Virtual Group and CEO of BOA Airways, as well as Lalu, First Officer at Abel Jets Virtual Group, for joining the group flight. Thank you very much for your participation, and I'm looking forward to fly again with you folks, hopefully the next one. Unfortunately, we didn't get any ATC coverage in this particular group flight, but still it's a very enjoyable flight nonetheless. I would also like to thank everyone in the live chat who's been very active. Actually, this particular live chat is very active. It's very busy. I like it. Lots of engagement this evening. So thank you so much for that. And in case that you haven't done so, folks, please do give a like on this live stream. Share your thoughts down beneath the live chat and the comment sections as well when the live stream has ended. Share this video with your friends and colleagues if you want to share our adventures in Microsoft Flight Simulator and at times in Wise Flight Simulator as well. If you haven't subscribed to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel, please do so for free by clicking the subscribe button just on the right hand side of our channel name. It will massively help the channel to grow. And also don't forget to press the bell button just next to the subscribe button to activate the bell so that you will not miss future contents that we will make or our next adventures as well. If you do want to support the operations of Abel Jets Virtual Group, you can scan the QR code on the left hand side of the screen. Any sorts of donations will be very much appreciated. Or not, or alternatively folks, you can visit our social bus page, which is provided in the description of this live stream. Or alternatively, you can go to socialbus.com/AbelJetsGroup. If you are interested with the virtual airline itself and are looking forward for casual yet relatively realistic flight operations in Microsoft Flight Simulator and Wise Flight Simulator, please do head to Abel Jets Virtual Group's Abel Jets Virtual Group's website at www.abeljetsgroup.weebly.com, which is our official website, which is also linked in the description of this live stream. With that, folks, I think we can conclude this evening's live stream. Again, thank you very much for watching. I wish you all the best of health wherever you are around the world. And I'm looking forward for our next adventures together. This is Freezing Falcon from Abel Jets Virtual Group signing out. Thank you very much for keeping our dreams alive, and we shall see you guys again in the next one. Take care.
It all started with a dream to connect the world, bring people closer together, as well as to diversify and unite the virtual skies. The day dawned crisp and clear at Honolulu International Airport. A maiden flight was going to take action.
Honolulu delivery, Abel 100 at seating 01, with information alpha requesting IFR clearance to Hilo. Abel 100, Honolulu delivery, you are cleared to Hilo via Pomene 3 departure, runway 04 left, squawk 1112.
Hilo ground, Abel Link 221, ready to taxi.
Abel Link 221, taxi link point runway 26 via Echo Alpha.
Taxi to link point runway 26 via Echo Alpha, Abel Link 221.
Abel 100, wind 22 degrees at 5 knots, runway 26 right, cleared for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff, runway 26 right, Abel 100.
Our founders have their legacy etched upon the horizon. Gaining wisdom from the past, it was then time for the next generations to put their own footprints and leave their legacy in the virtual skies. A new era was about to begin.
from all of us in flight simulation communities.
We are wishing Abel Jets Group
Happy 10th anniversary.
Happy 10th anniversary.
Thank you for keeping our dreams aloft. Here's to another 10 years of making progress to connect the world. To the skies, stars, and what lie above all of them, our real journey has just begun.